work, and then I'll test the chat, and then I'll go ahead and start. So if you're watching on the YouTube video, you can just skip to where I actually start the stream. Did the title update on YouTube? Yeah, I did. Okay, sick. Looks like YouTube's working. Let me check my little chat bot really quick. Make sure all the credentials and everything is all logged in and everything. I think it's good. Yeah, so let me try and test the chat. Let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot if that worked or not, because it doesn't show my chats. Okay, well, I guess we'll see if anyone rolls in from YouTube and chats. I can see if that works, yeah. But I think we're good. Let's just do one more thing really quick, make sure my OBS is working. Where is my chat? There it is, okay. Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and start then. So welcome to the Game Engine stream. Today is Friday, April 18th over here. Yeah, another week, right? Another week of progress. So let me go ahead and start. We can check out today's updates. So let me talk about what I got done recently. So I believe last time I had a few like today's goals that I didn't do last time. The only thing I really got done last time was working on an observer class. But basically I got all of those done this week. So I was able to visualize the client and server connection. You can see like the packets being sent back and forth. It's basically just seeing like the round trip times and verifying that the packets have been acknowledged and whatnot. Yeah, I hooked up the original server and client messaging. So basically I had a certain set of messages that would be sent back and forth on the original networking implementation. And I just got those working again in the new networking implementation. So those are hooked up. I haven't quite tested them yet, so we'll be doing that pretty soon. But I'll be doing that along with getting the sessions working, so I'll talk about that in a moment. Yeah, I got lots of network refactoring. I think I did like 5 commits. Some of them are kind of heavy. I don't know, I got to get into the habit of making smaller commits. But for some reason I just be typing, and then I look back after a few hours and I'm like, oh, look at all that code I wrote. Should have committed. So yeah, I got to work on that. And the last thing is I got sync packets working. So yeah, originally like the sync packets weren't being sent between the client and server, so now they're being sent, and that kind of ties in with the whole connection visualization thing. So I'll kind of show that working in the editor in a second. But yeah, that's it for the recent progress. Today we're going to kind of build on those things. I'm going to get the sessions working. So there's kind of this idea of when you start a game in Pong, you join a session. And then in that session, like you send physics information and whatnot back and forth, start the game and whatnot. So I already had that concept, but it was kind of broken. So right now I'm just kind of fixing it. And then kind of in relation to that, I want to add a sparse array data structure. I used that in the observer class that I wrote recently, and what was his name? Azartus, or I think on YouTube his name is, I gotta scroll all the way back to find his name. It is eluding, Gandev on YouTube. Yeah, he was helping me write that using like bit flags and whatnot. I want to write it in kind of a general sense where I could specify whether I want to do like a bit flag situation to see if elements of the sparse array are empty, or have like a separate bit mask for checking if there are like which elements of the sparse array are available, and then I can easily iterate over those. So that's a kind of a big goal for me too. So I just want to, I find that I'm using that data structure pretty often. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just create a little template class, and then I don't have to worry about recreating the functionality every time I need it. So yeah, and I'm going to need it for the sessions. So that's why I'm like, let me do this right now. The last two things, I want to get network gameplay working. So that's just like a goal. We'll see if I do it the next 5 hours. I'm assuming the sessions and the sparse array are going to take a good amount of my time. Let me close this thing real quick. Let's see on my screen. So we'll see. If I get the sessions working, then maybe. But yeah, to be determined. And the last thing is I've been thinking to myself about like a plugins idea. So I kind of want to talk about that, and then yeah, just kind of get that out in the open. And I've been thinking about how I want to put that together. So yeah, maybe I'll get to that. Zapalva, hey, haven't seen your stream in a long bit. Glad to see you haven't stopped making it. Yeah, I've been streaming kind of infrequently. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw you come in. It has been a minute, huh? But yeah, it's just been on Fridays for the past, like, I think 2 months, something like that. But yeah, hey, thanks for coming by. I'm just introducing what I'm working on today. So if anybody has any questions, just let me know at any point. I'll stop. But yeah, I think that was it for updates today. Again, basically I'm working on just getting my networking working again. And again, recently I got like a visualization for packets being sent back and forth. So I'll go ahead and show that in a second. But let me get to the progress board, and then I can kind of, how do you say? My brain's not working. Check off the things that I got working. So add visualization, that one's done. So let's go ahead and confirm that. I got a truck going by on the the noise in the background. Sorry. Okay, but yeah, this is done. So write new UDP network. Maybe I should say. Maybe I should rename this network. I want to say protocol, but I don't think that's a good name for it. Module. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, but this is done. So the basic implementation is done. There's still a lot of like things I need to do to like add more functionality to the UDP protocol module, whatever. But for now, it works good enough where I can try and get the gameplay working again. Refactor networking code. Did I specify anything in here? Network code, specifically the session code. I guess I'm still in the middle of doing this today. So I guess this is the goal. Maybe I'll rename this. I'll say, actually, you know what? Yeah, don't save these. I have a specific session situation, so I'll put this up top. So generic. Yeah, I don't know. Deal with packet interpolation. That's a separate issue. I'll deal with this issue later. But again, today's goal is to get this session stuff working. I think that's it for the progress board. I don't think there's anything else I was going to mention. All right, so let's go through the previous commits, and then I'll go ahead and show you what I got done. So, let's see. All right, so the editor, like it always is. All right, so most of the network stuff I have in this project settings tab over here. I don't love this admittedly, this is not organized the best. I've been thinking about like a plugin system that would solve this organization situation. But yeah, I just threw this in here for now because I didn't have anywhere else to put it. I gotta make sure I talk slower. I always drink like a whole cup of coffee before I stream, and then it makes me talk super fast. Ooh, okay, all right. So let me show the visualization. So let's start the server. You can start it here. And then over in the client, we can go ahead and start the client. And then when we start, you can see the packets start to move, right? So it says connection status, connected. The client index that was assigned to this client was 0. It's not congested because our RTT is below a certain like amount, right? And yeah, you can kind of just see the packets being acknowledged, right? So it's just showing the round trip time for every packet that's sent back, right? And then on the server side, you can see the connection as well. It has a little bit more jumps, but or dips, and you can see the RTT is a bit faster. I don't know what's up with that. I gotta interrogate that, I guess. Wish my coffee allowed me to do that. College took away such joy. Wish my coffee. What do you mean? My coffee allowed me to do that? What do you mean? Zapalva. But yeah, this is basically the visualization I was talking about. So that's working. There's a lot of like background code that I've dealt with to get this working. So maybe I'll show that in my commits really quick. But yeah, this is the most visual thing that I've changed recently. And you can see if I close the client, it disconnects here, and the server is getting this like really giant RTT, and then it closes automatically after like a 10-second timeout. Zoomies focus. Now I need like 5 cups of coffees to get that. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I try not to drink too much coffee in general. I've always been like really sensitive to coffee, so I don't know. But yeah, maybe that's just like a tolerance thing. I don't know. I think back when I was in college, I just used to like drink hella energy drinks. That was about it. But nowadays, I kind of go towards coffee. All right, let's go look at the commits really quick. Network. So I've been pushing all my code to the network branch. I just made a commit like 40 minutes ago. Here's the last commit that I added from last week. Basically just writing that observer class. I think I renamed it to notifier. I like that name better. I don't think it really matters, to be honest. I think other engines call it like delegates and other things, so I don't know. Let me read this really quick, try to explain what I did. Observers, register observers, yeah. Refactor, I renamed the observer to notifier, yeah. Added that plot thing. Yeah, just some restructuring. Visualization, that's pretty much, again, what I showed you just now. Some type aliases, yeah, so just a lot of refactoring. And very nice display of connections. Yeah, okay. So basically the observable class, the whole point of the observer was to provide the diagnostic information from the server or the client, and then provide that to the editor, right? So you would register an observer or a notifier, right, inside of the server, or you create it there, and then you'd register the editor would register with that observer so that it receives updates from the observer, right? So that's how I get that information about like the packet information, whether it's congested or not, all that gets sent back through that mechanism. And then again, like most of this code, these commits have just been getting that visualization to work. Again, if anyone has any questions about specifically how I put that together, just let me know. But yeah, let's go ahead and look at the code. And I can kind of show you the main area where I've been working in. Yeah, over here. Okay, so this little network section, right? I've mainly been working on the server.h and then the client.h section, right? And mainly just been like organizing this stuff. I hate this. I'm going to deal with this soon. This like giant set of like send message functions. It's really coupled to the rest of the engine, which is not good. So I have plans of addressing this. But yeah, the main organization change I made was I had a lot of this code just flatly defined inside of the server class, right? But I kind of componentized it out where now mainly you have like a network thread, an event thread, which is these two, and then just some like config information that's associated with the server. So like, is it active? The general socket, which is generally speaking thread safe, right? For like POSIX. Depends on the operation, but yeah, for the most part, it's pretty thread safe. And then just general config stuff that I inject into the other threads. And yeah, again, the main thing that I did was I took a lot of the data and moved it into these thread classes so that these thread classes own a lot of the like connection list data, the session information. Don't mind this, kind of a mess. But that way there's kind of a clear separation of what thread owns what data, right? So if you want to have a thread do something like from another thread, you would call one of these like function queues, and then this function queue would do that action on behalf of the thread that called it, right? So, you know, just thread safety things, right? So that like now we know that all this data is associated with this particular thread, right? Because I was having like weird thread data issues before, so this makes it a lot clearer in my mind. And also recently I've been doing this injected dependencies thing, where I do like this I prefix for basically dependencies that I inject in the init function, and it's not really owned by this class, right? This is mostly stuff that's owned by the server itself. And it's very clear of like, okay, this data is owned by someone else, but I need to reference it, and then I can do some testing with that and whatnot. So it's kind of helpful. And then I know these ones are specifically owned by this thread, like this data, this member stuff or whatever. So again, I have this server thread. This server thread basically like sends messages, receives messages. That's its main function. And then I have this event thread, which basically just notifies the network thread of like packets that get received on the socket, right? The network thread socket. So this is just like, hey, something happened. That's all the event thread does. It also kind of works as a timer too, because if you look at the actual run thread, don't mind this too, this is kind of like Windows specific stuff. I gotta abstract it for Linux at some point. But basically you're just waiting on like events to occur on the socket, which gets registered with this mnetwork event handle, right? Otherwise, if nothing happens within a certain period of time, which is this active sync ping frequency, by default it's 1 second. It waits for those two things to happen. Either like something happens in the socket, or a certain amount of time elapses and then we exit. And if that time elapses, we just tell the network thread, hey, wake up and do something. I don't know. Or we handle that, or like we tell the network thread, hey, there's like data on the socket, so maybe you should go deal with that. Right? It's mainly what happens here. Let's just get a little bit more coffee real quick. But yeah, again, just organization stuff going on here, making sure that the data is tightly coupled with the thread that it's working on, so we don't have any weird data races and whatnot. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to mention. Oh yeah, and then there's these server notifiers. So this is like a giant, not giant, like it's a class where I just have a bunch of notifiers associated. This one just notifies when the server is inactive or deactivated, right? I have this one associated with the network thread. This one is like, oh, was there a client connection? Was there a disconnection? And you can kind of see in the API, like you would register like an observer with this notifier. And then this notifier would call notify, right? Whenever like a certain event occurs, right? And then we can get that information however we need to, right? Let me go look at my updates really quick, see if there's anything else I want to mention. Add a client visualization, hook up original server client messages, lots of network refactoring. Oh yeah, hooking up the server and client messages, yeah. So the one other thing I did was the original like network playground where I wrote the UDP network code. I just had like sync packets moving back and forth, right? So I only handled sync packets and I believe sending like strings of like a fixed length across. But now I have actually hooked back up all of the network events that allow like the Pong to gameplay to work, right? So where I did that was inside of the network thread. If we go to the run thread, which is right here, we process like the event queues and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. And then here we have the like grabbing data from the socket. And then we scroll down a little bit. This is just like parsing data from the header. Again, I need like a better encapsulation, de-encapsulation mechanism going on for this whole thing, but this is just how it works right now. Then we go down and get the payload and whatnot. So that's all this. And then here. So open message from client. So now we have all of the messages that we can handle. And then here you can see the keep alive packet doesn't really do anything, but we do receive them. But now we can receive like signals and events and whatnot. But yeah, this is super coupled together with the like the network and all the other systems are super coupled right here, which I hate. So I'm gonna deal with that soon. What made you decide not to use Steam network sockets? Yeah, I really wanted to learn like network protocols like from a low level. So that was like a big decision for me. I have seen people use Steam networking sockets. That could have been a good solution. But yeah, I just wanted to work with like POSIX, getting like a UDP server and session working myself. Yeah, I guess that's the main motivation. Originally, I used ASIO. I did like a tutorial from, what is his name? I love this guy, Javid X9. This thing, this VPN be like slowing me down. But hey, yo, Intrinsics Games. I see you. Thanks for coming by, I appreciate it. Yeah, Javid X9. So I did his tutorial for networking, and he uses ASIO. But I realized I didn't like the way ASIO like abstracts a lot of the, how do I say, asynchronous operations away from me. I want to do those myself and have like stronger handling of like build up and tear down of connections and whatnot, and have like explicit handlers for things. ASIO has this kind of perspective where you just provide it work and then it just does things, right? So it handles like a queue of events. And I'm assuming that's born out of like abstracting over like the lower level, but yeah, I want to handle it myself. Yeah. But yeah. I love his tutorials. He really like he goes deep on like a lot of topics, so it's really cool. But yeah, that's where I got my original networking implementation from. But yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else I wanted to talk about. That's it for what I got done this week, I believe. Let me check my updates again. Yeah, I got sync packets working. I got a visualization for like the connection and everything. So yeah, again, today I'm going to get sessions working and then maybe get my Pong gameplay working again. That's mainly the goal. And you know what? Let me talk about like my plugins idea right now, since I have the opportunity. Get that out of the way. So my engine is really coupled together. Maybe I can show the editor and like show what I mean. There's a lot of like, how do I say? Like a lot of systems have like hooks into other systems that they don't need to have, right? And I need to address that. And then one of the ways I was planning on addressing that is with like a plugin system, right? And I've been looking at a few different engines who kind of take that approach. I was looking at the Kohi engine by like Travis Vroman. He has like a plugin system, but his is, it's kind of like he has a structure for plugins. And then he passes in the data, like kind of in like a linear allocator sort of fashion. And then that data is passed along and used however it needs to be, right? Which I plan on doing very similarly. But I want to do a system where each plugin is basically its own either shared library or its own static library, right? And another engine that does something similar, I don't know why I opened the editor, there's not much for me to show. Let me show the other engine I was looking at that does this, and I really like it. Onyx. This guy streams too, he's really good. Let's see. So this is like an Onyx engine. He just recently like opened up the source for it. And yeah, it's really nice. I like the structure of it. He has this like modules thing, which I would call plugins, right? And if I go into like a module, right, each module is its own like library. So it has its own like CMake list, it becomes its own project, and it has its own dependencies, right? And it's basically just other modules, right? So there's like a very clear separation between the different modules, and there's like a very explicit coupling between the different modules. So like you know which dependencies are being used in which other ones, which I really like. So I'm thinking of using this sort of structure. That would be really nice. And then one other benefit I would get from this would be for the editor, I could, like here he uses, what is it called? What is it called? Static libraries for the most part, right? So it's all like compiled down. He knows what is going to be available at compile time-ish, right? But I imagine for my engine, I could do like a DLL system where you could like dynamically plug in the libraries and then just use them, right? There are specific issues that deal with the DLLs though. Like one of the main issues is you have to be careful about shared data, right? So like if one module, like one module that you depend on, like if you have a static library that you depend on for a DLL, right? It's like static data will be different from like other shared modules that of the same type, right? If anybody wants like a visualization about that, like let me know. But a way to get around that is basically you just inject the data, kind of like how Kohi does it. So you take the data as like a plugin. You kind of define the size of the plugin and all of its data. And then in the main like engine plugin like handler, you define like the size of that module, and then you inject that data into as a dependency into another plugin, right? And then that way you can access that data, and you can kind of skirt around that whole like problem, right? Because yeah, the main limitation of like a DLL is that you can only express functions. Like you can only expose functions between like two libraries, right? So if you provide a shared library and you connect it, it has to use functions only. You can't like pass data that's like explicit. You can't like expose that. But yeah, that's kind of like my idea for the plugin. I think I have a like draw IO I was doing this in. Yeah, because again, like right now, like my system, it's super coupled. Like maybe I can show you what I mean. Like here, like in the network section, it's just like a section of like my engine, right? And in the network code, right, like I have like handlers for like physics messages and like updating locations and like sending signals and whatnot. This should not be in the server, in the like network code, right? So again, I like to use this plugin system, and I would be very aware of what dependencies are being used in what places, and that way I can start stripping these things out and having a reason to do so. Because right now, there's nothing stopping me from doing this. Same thing with the asset system. That makes sense, seems clean. My strategy is it's just couple everything. That's been my approach so far, yeah. And I don't think like there's an issue with that, right, per se. But I think like it limits like putting things together like dynamically, I guess. Or I mean, yeah, there's like very specific issues with coupling, right? So, but if you know like what you're creating, then I guess it's not an issue, right? But my like general idea is I'm gonna like put these like libraries together as like shared libraries in the editor, right? So you can kind of dynamically put them together and figure out what you want from them. And then when you're actually building the runtime, like the final executable, you can tear down those abstractions. And then basically, instead of having like these dynamic, like say like a function pointer for like initializing, like a function pointer queue for initializing a plugin, you take away that like for loop and just put the exact functions you want to call, like in the order that you want them. And then no more abstraction, right? Basically like just like C++ metaprogramming without the templates. I have a static initialization routine that registers messages, classes, and their IDs with the network without the network needing a big switch like that. Yeah. I was thinking about that too. Like you register, what is it called? Like you register the type with it, and then you can, whatchamacallit, like handle that with the like actual, what is it called? The type you register with it. And I was thinking about that kind of similar system with the assets too. Because right here you can see I have like this super coupled asset system where I define like an like a manager for every single like type. This is ridiculous. So my plan is like kind of like that, like have like take all this, right? Like if I have like a user interface asset, I should define how I serialize it, how I deserialize it, how I handle that asset inside of the plugin, right? So if you're writing the plugin, you would do right, you would do the asset in the plugin, and then you would register that asset type with the asset manager, or like the asset service, or whatever static thing you want to register things with, right? But yeah, I'm trying to get rid of this coupling with everything, so that the end goal is that if somebody wants to extend my engine, instead of having to like run through all of my engine code, you could just define your own new plugin and then just register things with the plugin system. And then you can just register your plugin with the engine, and then you're off to the races, right? Because right now, if in order to do that same thing, you need to jump all over my engine code to figure things out, which is ridiculous. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, like, so I can provide all this stuff for the editor, right? You can put plugins together. And again, like, once you are defining what like final runtime executable you want, those abstractions break down to what you actually want, right? And again, of course, this is for like a generic engine, like you said, in Intrinsic Games. Like, if you're making just a game by yourself, or just the game, then you probably wouldn't care as much about the stuff. You just write it and then like move on with your day, right? Where did I put that stuff? I mean, of course, you still need to organize your code, but yeah, you know what I mean. Where did I put my workspace? Let me go find this really quick. But yeah, I just wanted some time to talk about this plugin system. Open in, because I've been kind of mulling about it for like a while. I've been doing runs recently and thinking about it, and it's kind of coming together in my head. So yeah, here's maybe like a visualization of like the idea, right? Is like you have like these DLLs, right? And then you have like the engine lib. And then the current way the engine works is you have like the editor.exe, the runtime.exe, and then like the server.exe, right? And I already have experience working with DLLs because the actual Pong scripts is a DLL. Of course, my language, right, compiles from my language down to C++, and then that gets compiled into the DLL and gets hot swapped out of the engine while you're scripting, right? And again, the main limitation with DLLs is you can only expose functions, right? You can't share data with the engine lib. So what you do instead is you define the data inside of the DLL. And then if you need a dependency between DLLs, you make an explicit static library dependency between those two libraries, right? And then you just provide the header files and go about your day. And then the data that's relevant would be marshaled between the plugins, right? So if Box2D has a dependency on Jolt physics for some reason, the engine would recognize the size of this plugin's data. It would take that data and get a reference to it, and then pass it along to Box2D as like a general, as a dependency, right? So now it can use it, and this one takes in this plugin's header files, right? So it can use its types, right? And then again, once you're actually making the final executable, the final executable will basically just be the runtime executable. It will be the engine. Wait, let me move this over really quick. The engine, right? And then we're going to take all of these DLLs and move it over here. I just try to get this working. But this, I'm about to put shared object. Let me do, what is it, lib in Windows? I just want to get this done real quick. Let's see. .lib. 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 And then you would take these and then just chuck them into the engine. Right? I mean, that's what a static library does, right? It chucks things into the giant engine. And there you go, right? Everything's all packed, because you know what it's going to be when you're making executable, right? Yeah, and then this just becomes an explicit, this whole engine becomes an explicit dependency for the runtime. And then you go about your day, right? Now you got executable. Oh, hey, Eric. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you know what? Someone, I don't know. When I chose the cat, I was just like, I need like an avatar. But then someone mentioned, what is it? Sabrina the Witch. I forget. Yeah, the teenage witch. And then I forget the cat's name. But when they mentioned that, I was like, oh yeah. I'm not British though, so maybe that falls apart. Well, I was like, yeah, I could see it. But yeah, that's basically the idea for the plugin system. And again, the idea with exposing these plugin system to the, like if someone wants to work with the engine, is someone can make their own plugin. They can define their own dependencies between like other plugins, right? And then you could just register your plugin with the engine, right? And then while you're making your game, you make your plugin that tailors for your game, put it together, and then you can share it with someone else if you want. I mean, not revolutionary idea, but I feel like it's really important if you want to collab, right? Trying to think if there's anything else I want to say about this. I think that's it for now. I'm going to try and roll this out slowly. So I'm going to, how do I say, probably define like single modules that I want to transition over to plugins that are easy to transition to. And then start figuring out ways to, like Intrinsic Game said, like with his event system, find ways to kind of like push the statically known data into like a runtime information known data, right? So that you can like register with the asset system. You can register your plugin with the event system. You can register it with like whatever you need to, right? And that stuff can get resolved at like runtime, right? And then when you're actually compiling the final project, right, all this stuff, all of these abstractions can get teared down, and you're just left with this final game. Oh, okay, that was a mouthful. Let me drink some coffee. All right. So yeah, if anyone has any questions about anything, just let me know. Or just wants to talk about something. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and press on. So that's it for the recap. That's all I wanted to talk about. So today, I'm going to start working on getting the sessions working. And that little sparse array data structure. Yeah, let me look at the sessions first. Let's see like what's the current status of it, and then we can kind of move from there. All right, where's my code? But yeah, Intrinsic Games, like your code, you've gotten like hella far with it. Like the all the graphics stuff you got going on, like your progress with your game and everything. Like it's sick, dude. What is it? I can only kind of dream right now, to be honest. Editor. All right, let's get to the networking code. Exactly how you need it, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing all these abstractions and all this stuff, so. But still, like, it's sick. Like, even within those like confines that you're saying, like what you put together is great. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to fanboy too much, but yeah, it's crazy, dude. Let's see. Okay, so let's get to the session code. All right, so a lot of this code that I wrote originally, it was using all these autos, man. I hate saying autos, it just hurts my soul. Let me look at the header file API, and then maybe you'll figure something out. So we have like the manage clients, add client, remove clients, yeah. Yeah, just some getters and setters. I should probably define a type for the frame count somewhere. I might do that in a header file somewhere. Ideally, I want like a session and then maybe like a session list. Class session list, and I can define how we interact with those. And to be honest, the session list should be... Wait, what was I gonna say about it? I forgot. The whole train of thought fell off. Maybe I'll remember in a second. Oh, well, I appreciate it. Intrinsic games. Dang. It's crazy. Let's see. What was I gonna say about this? I don't know. But anyways, you'll have like an individual session, and then you'll have a session list. Oh, okay, no, I remember now. At some point, I want to separate the session API from the networking code. I think this is too tightly coupled, to be honest. I'm not going to bother right now because I don't really have like a good mechanism of separating those. But I feel like the networking code should handle connections. It should handle, what is it called? Like sending and receiving packets, right? Like managing the connections, right? Aforementioned, right? And yeah, that's about it. It really shouldn't do much more than that. And then the sessions should be like a separate thing that you manage on your own, right? So ideally that would be the goal with this, but for now I just wanted to get it working. And I think right now, yeah, I'm using like unordered maps. I think I'm going to move towards like a sparse array. And that's why I was talking about creating maybe like a abstraction over like a sparse array. And again, like it was add client thing, so we can add a client, we can remove a client. You can do like a ready check, right? So like if everyone needs to sync together for like some action, you can use this ready check. It's pretty simple too. I got rid of, or I closed it out for a second because some of the code still needs to be migrated better. But kind of the gist of this is you calculate the latency for every client, which right now I'm actually passively getting it already. And maybe I can open the editor and show that. So before I had to like calculate this on the fly when I created the session. But now I don't have to do that. I can just get it like whenever I want to. But anyways, you get the latency for every connection. And you find the longest latency, and then you subtract that connection's latency from the longest latency, and that becomes the wait time, right? And then you just pass that along, like when you do the ready check. So you do like the, we are doing the ready check message here, right? Yeah, and then when it's received on the other end, it just waits the specified allotted time, right? And that kind of makes sure, within like a reasonable margin, that the ready check starts at the same time for everybody. It's not perfect, but I feel like simple is usually better for these things anyways. So I'll get this working again, but again, I'm going to use the latencies that I'm already using. Add client. Again, add client, I'm going to use a sparse array, so I'm going to probably change this around a bit. Remove client. Yeah, same thing. It's just managing the sparse array. That's all this code is. Oh, in this case, it's unordered maps, but yeah. But yeah, I guess at a high level, it's just going to be you have a session, you can add clients to the session, and then you can initialize ready checks, and then you pass data along to clients that are in the same session. That's the main mechanism of the session, I guess. Okay, so yeah, again, like here, you can see if I start the server and then I start the client, it takes a second while it's connecting, and then it connects, and then you can see we have this round trip time visualization, right? So yeah, we're hovering around like 60 milliseconds for this connection, which is a loopback address, which is kind of crazy, to be honest. Yeah, always changing, always evolving. And the server has like its list of connections. Right now there's only one, so you do the exact same thing, right? So yeah, I have this information. Might as well just use it, right? All right, so I think I'm going to define the sparse set first before I get into like getting this to work. The main thing we have here, it seems, is we have like a number of slots available. It's fair enough, yeah. We have the connected clients, so I guess we have like pointers associated with these. I don't think I'll do this. I think I'll just store the client indexes, and then I can just grab the connections from the server context or client context or whatever is relevant. Yeah, we have the unordered map of, so what is this? Session slots. Okay, so we have an unordered map of session index to client index. I guess I should define what I anticipate being the most common like operation, or and then just optimize for the data structure for that case, right? I could also do a sparse set, right? Or like that ECS thing people do. But I'm kind of lazy right now, I'm not gonna lie. Sparse array sounds easier to define anyways. It might have a little cache incoherency, but I'm not really worried about it with this. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna define this really quick. This uint64 somewhere. Frame count. Do I define frame count somewhere? Let me see. Frame count. Right. PCM. That's just, that's like for the audio. Yeah. PCM. Yeah, I don't care about these. Okay, well, I know one place where I do use this, and it's in the engine core. Or I guess I just call it engine. Which again is a damn singleton. Sorry. Yeah, but I gotta stop with these singletons, man. It's a trap, man. Okay, where's the here it is, update count, but I have this as atomic. Don't love that. Could this go in like a header file or something? Where are updates relevant? In the threading API? Singleton. It's like that. What? I don't know which meme, but it's like like you're trying to like think of like a some kind of like architecture, and then the singleton just like taps you on the back. It's like, hey, I got an easy out. Globally available. Don't worry about it. I mean, I guess singletons, they address two separate things, right? Like you have only one of a certain thing, and it also allows things to be like generally available. And you can address both of those separately, so yeah, those are like separate issues you can deal with that. But I'd assume like 99% of the cases, people just like throw a singleton in and they're just like, yep, well, let's do that. Which is me. and all of us. I'm still trying to think of where I should put this using define. Let me look at my core section. Directions. Oh yeah, and then another reason why I want to do plugins also just is like a tangent too. I like having this like flat structure for all of my header files and whatnot and stuff. It's very easy to like see like, oh, this is all the stuff, right? But it gets hard to parse after a while, right? I feel like if it's a plugin structure, then I could organize this a bit more, and it's a bit more what is the word? Acceptable, I guess, like in my eyes at the very least. Just having like random nested folders kind of hurts me otherwise. Resolution thread. Timers? Timers. Update count timers. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put it in timers, yeah. Why not? Passive timers. Async busy timer, scope timer. Which one am I using for the engine loop? Like, what timer am I using? Am I not using a timer? Am I just raw dogging it? I guess so. Maybe I should define a timer for this. I'm not gonna do it now though. Yeah, I'm just kind of doing it. Okay. Sure. I guess a loop timer would be appropriate for this though. That makes sense. So let me go here, and I guess I'm just trying to find a place to define this thing. This makes the most sense. So we'll say using update count for updates. Update counts. His name, yeah, sure, okay. 64T. Do I use? I don't know. Let's include the library, yeah, just to be safe. CSTD int. There we go. All right. Makes sense, makes sense. Let's also define this maybe just in Cardano, maybe? I don't know, this is in the utility namespace. I guess I'll... No, we'll define it globally. So we'll do namespace Cardano. There we go. All right, let's head back. And then let me replace that definition somewhere. Might as well, since I'm here, update count. Pretty sure it doesn't know what it is because I need to include the timer, nope, include Cardano core, nope, utility timer. Yeah, this is why I don't like nesting my folders too much, because I like having this like flat structure for getting my files. Maybe I can preserve that with the plugins, we'll see. Oh hey Adam Dev, how's it going, man? But it's a long time no see. It's been like a week, so I guess that counts. But yeah, it's nice to see you. Let me take my break really quick. Stretch my fingers. I'm just working on some networking stuff per usual. Past few weeks, it's been about the same. I'm almost done. There's still a lot of things to like address with it. But I've gotten everything integrated. I'd say like 95%. Right now I'm working on like session code. Yeah, I see you pop in every once in a while, Adam Dev. Do I remember what we were talking about? Yeah, I gotta remember. My memory for that does get bad. But I do be seeing your username pop up. Ooh. I feel like my memory's been declining the past like few years too, just in general. I've been trying to do like runs. I think it helps a little bit. I was a lot more cloudy the past like other few weeks before I started running, so. Okay. I'm done with this hand stretches. Timers, what's wrong with this? Oh, the header file just doesn't know what to do. That's fine. Oh, for sure, Intrinsic Games. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your day or night, or however that is. Right, yeah. I've been learning that a lot more recently, too. Like, I really need it. It's important. But yeah, hope you have a good day. Intrinsic Games. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay, I don't know why this header file's doing this. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. Update count. This just returns that, so that should be fine. Let me find everywhere I use a UNT64T. Nowhere, huh? Interesting. Hello again, Dragon. Why does feline sound like a slur? Like, I know it's not, but why did I get that like inclination for a second? Like we got some like dragon versus feline beef. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Dragon. Nice to see you. Hey Gandalf, how's it going too? Nice to see you again. Let's see, it's around 4 p.m. over here, huh? Yeah, I'm kind of continuing what I was doing last time. I think last time when you were talking about those sparse arrays, we used that to create the observer, right? I might define that as its own data structure, like a templated data structure, because I'm going to use that again for like my sessions code I'm working on. So like recently I got the like visualization for like the client server connection working in the editor. Bunch of refactoring, hooked up the basically restoring the server to its like original state. And yeah, so a lot of the stuff I was supposed to do last week's stream I got done. Yeah. So right now I'm working on getting sessions working, and I believe that's the last thing I need to do before I can see if the Pong gameplay will work again. Oh, you got VR rendering. Nice. For sure. Yeah, I have no like conception into that domain or like knowledge. But that sounds fun to like get running though. I heard one of the main things is just you gotta define like your projection matrices and then like offset it for the eyes, right? It's like a big thing with that. That's all I've heard about it though. Also, I don't know about working with that API you're talking about. Or you were talking about last time, I think it was OpenXR. That one sounds interesting. This header file won't update. It's so annoying. Let me go here. Oh, it's because I don't define it here. Yeah. Dragon, I think the only way to find out is to try, you know what I mean? Let's see if Gandev can give us a demo. Okay, I lost my thing. Wait, where did I put it? The hell? Did I put it in here for some reason? In the implementation file? Bro, what? Or did I just not save it? It's in loop timer. Oh, it's in loop timer. Okay, yeah, that's why. Let's see. Loop timer, loop timer, loop timer. That's why I'm getting header file issues. Why did I define loop timer in a separate header file? Who knows? Let's see. Okay, I think that's good. And then let me make sure, let me just run this, make sure everything still works. And then I'll go ahead and use that, what is it called? That using definition inside of the sessions, which was the whole point of this. OpenXR kind of gives you all the things you need to be able to calculate the projection matrices per eye. Oh, okay, that's nice. Pretty convenient then. The hard part was Vulkan and getting validation layers and esoteric features I wanted. Fair enough. Just have a cube at the moment spinning. Just got it working last night. I'm saying, Gandev, maybe one day you can make Dragon's wishes come true. Well, I like the progress though. I might dive into that at some point. That sounds kind of fun. I don't know if I ever want to make VR games with the games I have in mind. But I suppose if this is a generic engine, I might want to add it at some point too. So, I don't know. Would you, yeah, you said the hard part was Vulkan, right? Yeah. Getting that stuff hooked up with it. Fair enough. Okay, I'm gonna get some water real quick. I'm coughing like crazy. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Just a cube at the moment spinning. Also was hard because I'm using Rust and I'm kind of a noob at it. I mean, I'm the ultimate noob at Rust. Haven't used it. Using Vulkan with Rust. Rough. Why is it rough, Dragon? Is it the Like just the bindings, like the API. Turn on this music too. Okay, I think I just wanted to check if it would compile. Looks good. Alright. Cool. I might put the timers together. Might as well, I guess. And we'll deal with the little errors. So let's take that. Chuck it into timers, I guess. Once I have like the plugin system I was talking about, I'll probably separate these classes out again. Oh no, where did it go? Nobody knows. Alright. Let's put this over here. Alright, there we go. I want to steal this. I might use this update stuff in a second. Actually, let's steal all of this. Yoink. And we'll put it right here. Let's move CSTD ins. I'm sure it's included by one of these anyways, but just to be safe. Alright. Scope timer. Yes. Yes. Okay, and let's delete loop timer. Oh, no, don't delete my entire project, yeah. Just the loop timer. Okay, and then we'll watch all the build errors come in. Unsafe Vulkan binding. All the pain of the borrow checker with none of the memory guarantees. Oh, like they don't. I got you. I mean, I don't got you because I don't know about the borrow checker. But fair enough. Maybe I'll spend some time one day just building a little small project in Rust just to try it out. I might try what is it? Advent of code at some point. Maybe I'll do it in Rust, yeah. Timers. Yeah. Oh, the errors are not red. Word. Let's go right here. Loop timer. We just want timers. Yep. Okay. Which are more? Include errors. Yeah, let's try it again. Compile. Yeah, I will at some point. I think when I get the plugin system working, I will try out the C++ modules. Maybe that'll speed up my compile times. That'll be really nice. Okay. Yeah, and dev is the way they put it together. It's like the way their opinions are. Like it. I don't know. I'm losing my words, but yeah. Maybe I should consolidate this too. Like it's a good way of coding. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah. Passive loop timer. Okay, guess it was just that one. Let's check it. Yeah, probably something in the session code with this weird conversion between size t. Oh, it's this one. Just give me more warnings about it. Yeah, I'll do like a stronger warning check once I finish working with networking. I'll do a final refactor and deal with all the new warnings. Because I want to turn on W4 warnings and maybe wall as well, just to check things out. Oh yeah, traits instead of inheritance. That's interesting, yeah. Const by default. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Avoid mutability. Alt. Okay, I got you. I gotta get more familiar with just traits in general, to be honest. Okay, there we go. Just wanted it to compile. Alright, yeah, I'll get rid of this passive loop timer too. Let me just move it into there for now. Boop. And move it over here. Just going to consolidate them for now. And again, once I get my plugin system, I'm going to go ahead and separate these out again. But for now, I want to make sure that everything has those like using type. Okay, there we go. I suppose I could define it in a separate header file, but it's kind of messy if I define it in here as a separate header file. So I'm just not going to bother. Where do I put it? I mean, yeah, I definitely believe that, because C++ STL is, or standard is, yeah. Templates on templates on templates. Metaprogramming on it. I mean, it's readable in like some parts, but then yeah, like I don't know, error messages and everything. Yeah, it's, I don't know. You literally have to like write in your own way of coding just so the error messages are error messages are sane. Let me see. Okay, let's try this again. We'll see all the header file errors that pop up again. But yeah, I've been thinking about like a plugin system. I talked about it a lot more at the beginning of the stream, but I'm thinking about like separating out like my individual, just erase this. Separating out my individual like sections of my code into like plugins that can get loaded in at runtime using like a DLL. Oh, right, and then what is it called? Yeah, and then you can like make your own plugins, and that was not like a revolutionary idea, but it should help me with like a lot of the tight coupling that I have and the innumerable singletons that I have in my engine. So yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking about like the code design a lot recently, still has that warning. Wait, what is this one? Let me read this one actually. Hold on. Client. Yeah, I know these two. Warning, argument conversion from size T to uint. Loss of data, the message, C reference. Oh yeah, it's this, yeah, I'm just putting in like a type that has to be deduced, so it's going like, what are you doing? It's the receive online users, huh? Let's go take a look at that. Voidify. Yeah, I don't know, man. Rust pretty much every STD type will have a paragraph of comments explaining how it works with code snippets in there. No insane looking variables. Yeah, just like normal names, right? Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Let's see. What was it again? Receive online users. Okay, so let's do receive online users. Yeah, user count's probably, it's size T, but it takes in what? Yeah, uint 64T, that's why. User count. Yeah, this is because I've been messing with some of the types recently, so that's fine. This being an explicit event is kind of crazy by itself, to be honest, so I don't know. Okay. And yeah, I really shouldn't be loading in a size T, because that can vary, so... user count. For what? Open connection message. Open receive user count. No, this one is a, what is it called? It's a client index. Yeah, this is a client index. And I gotta be careful of that on both sides too. At some point I am going to define like bit packing for like my objects that get sent over the network. Because right now it's very like implementation specific, and also it's kind of it's at the mercy of like endianness and whatnot. I mean, I think for these it's fine, but it's like passing it from machine to machine. The machines might use like different endianness, so that's an issue. I think one thing I'm gonna come back and add my VPN. Yeah. Oh, this is just talking about that. I believe in this first article, I think at the bottom of it, he starts talking about bit packing. Yeah, I really need to do this, and I need to have like more explicit like serialization and deserialization functions. And then this will just like skirt all of the issues of like worrying about what types get passed between different repeaters, right? So I can have explicit bit packing functions that work no matter what device I'm on, right? And then also they're packed in nice, so you can get more out of it, right? If you know ahead of time how big your value should be. Yeah, networking it's like writing your own little protocol too is very fun. There's so many things to consider. Yeah. I'm gonna wait on doing this though, because putting this together sort of relies on a very strict and very strong like separation or like knowledge of like what data I'm providing to the networking protocol, right? So I need to provide like very strict like serialization and deserialization functions for like what data I'm marshaling. And in order to like define that well, I'm probably going to need to like define my boundaries better in my code. So I'm going to come back and add this, but this is definitely a goal because yeah, there's a lot of improvements to be had. A lot of ideas for the multiplayer architecture. Oh, what's up? What you got? Or you're just saying like generally? I'm gonna run through this. I want to make sure I didn't mess up any of my types really quick. You went 16 signal. Yeah, this is fine. See, this is like a very this is indicative of an issue with the coupling, right? I shouldn't have to like this shouldn't be done here, right? Because the networking code shouldn't be aware of like what signals are, right? It should just pass the packet in, encapsulate it at the application level, pass it to the networking protocol, and the protocol can just marshal the packet forward, right? And it doesn't have to care about any of this. So, yeah, I will leave that alone, but that needs to be dealt with. Init. Init, terminate, wait on thread, set syncing. Okay, I don't see any other explicit types here. Let me check my client side too, make sure I'm not messing anything up on that end too. Receive. Wait. Sorry, I gotta make sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, I think these are fine. Yeah, wait, let me run through the client really quick. Because, if I forget this, it could cause like a kind of annoying error. I think it's just in the messaging section. So over here. Okay, yeah, I have client index here. See, yeah, and that's already an issue too, because I have client index defined here and then size C on the other side. So that would have been an issue. Yeah. Session index, wait time, you went 64, you went 64, you went 16, yeah. Yep. Okay, I think that's good. For something like this, like you could use an overload for serialization, like if it's a plain old data type, serialize as bits, but you then overload for std vector with your own handling, and it works at compile time. Compile time errors otherwise. Add immediately, but bit packing requires knowing your data well. In UE, there's an archive class with bit packing and non-bit pack variants. You serialize bits, and implementation can differ. Yeah, and then like you say, bit packing requires you to know what data you're working on, and that's exactly what I want. I don't want this networking code to have to know anything about like what data it's passing, except for like if we're just managing connections or something. But otherwise, you should have like explicit serialization functions pushed down to the actual like physics location, or to the actual like wherever it's actually supposed to go. You define how you serialize it and then how that works, right? I think we do I do the overloaded operator like you're saying, but yours does, you would say you would do like compile time errors on whether that type is valid. I definitely don't do that. But yeah, we do have the like little operator overload, and then it like defines based on the type. And it takes in the data type, right, as a template case. Yeah, and even here, like it it makes sure that at compile time that the it's just like a normal like POD, right? But again, my implementation is not like robust. It just like gets the job done. and again, this should not be here. UE has the concept of net ID, where each object has an ID for networking systems and can be looked up. I don't know. What a concept. I don't know, that just made me laugh. Wait, so if it would be, this engine could be networked object basically, and it's same on the server and the ID. It has the concept of net ID, where each object has an ID for the networking with serialized, deserialized interface. Net ID. Net ID, net ID. Are you talking about like at a, well, you said, let me see. Like, so your physics engine could be a networked object basically, and it's all automatically handled, right? So if you you sort of hash map net ID to I networked. So are you talking about like systems? Like you'd have a net ID for a particular like the physics system, or you have a net ID for every object inside of the scene graph, right? So you have like a particular character entity, and then that one has a net ID, or both would have a net ID. Yeah, like what's the association? Because I definitely get the server and the client holding net IDs and then being able to reference them specifically. Yeah, and then it flows down to whatever actual object it is, and then you define your serialized and deserialized interface, like you said, and then that part can handle what it has to, and you pass along the packet, and then you do what you gotta do, right? Stack of packets, get the ID and size of data. Yep, yeah, and then ID is size of, and then again, you don't have to worry about what the actual data is. You just marshal it along, and then, or just pass it along, right? And then give that to the object that the ID represents. Even size actually just returns some value. Yeah, but again, so are you talking about like entities in a scene graph, or are you talking about like systems? Like, oh, I have like this player and it has a net ID, and then that's what I'm referencing, so that we can agree on how that's serialized and deserialized. Or are you talking about like a physics system, and then that gets propagated down? Open message from server. Okay, I think the numbers are fine. Yeah, they're good, yeah. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. So your answer to my question would be like both, right? It just depends on what you got to do. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. So if you need to serialize or deserialize just something in particular, you can reference it with an ID and then handle it. And then would that be like an event system or like maybe like a notifier or something that sends that object? I guess that just depends on implementation details, right? Oh, that could be kind of cool too. And then maybe if I do my little plugin system where I have the little plugins, like separate plugins, then individual plugins can like hook up with the like network module, like if it needs it. And then either you can send like events, or if you need to pass data, or you can send like it can just do like a observer thing where it just like you register and then it's like, all right, here you go, do with it what you got to do. And again, you use that ID to actually reference the particular object and you kind of go from there, right? Yeah, I mean, I kind of figure like you would need like some type of ID system to like reference a particular agreed upon object that exists on both the server or the client, or if you want to like send it between. And then, yeah, I think the main thing for me is just defining that method for encapsulating the packet and sending it over. And then the ID could be just the handle, so we know exactly where to send it, right? Right, to interfaces, and then it can handle it. Give the stack of that object, let it pop up the data, if not, to assume the next bit or data is. Right. You do one that assume the first data. Right. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think what I'm gonna do is like my kind of goal right now with the networking system is to just get it working with the original like Pong implementation, right? I was also thinking that maybe the session code should be like separated at some point from the what is it called? Should be separated from the networking code, because I feel like it's kind of different. Like it's in the same vein, but you might want to handle it separately. But yeah, I want to get this working first, and then once it's working, I'm probably going to introduce that plugin system so I can define better like lines between my different systems. And then from there, I'll be in a good place to start doing like explicit serialize and deserialize functions, and then just passing packets along, right? Or like, going through a loop and handling each packet based on like where it should be handled at. Yeah, I think I'll finish reading up on those articles and then figure it out. But yeah, it should be fun. I think it's utility timers. Did I include this? Yeah, okay. I don't know, session frame, huh? Oh, because there's supposed to be a timer here, huh? Oh, no, this just stores the wherever the session started at. Yeah, fair enough. So we'll put this here, update count. And then this returns an update count. Maybe I'll rename this, I don't know. To frame or something. That kind of makes sense. Okay, but again, like bunch of maps. I don't love this, so I think this is the first thing I'm going to address. So let me start making this like sparse array. You remember we were working on last time, so I'm going to just make it as like a general type, and then sort of go from there, I guess. I guess I'll just put it here. So templates, type name T. And it'll be like a dynamic sparse array. So I'll call it class dynamic sparse array. I'll call it sparse array just for now, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, I'm just going to encapsulate a lot of this functionality in this class, and then I'm just going to use it a bunch of times. So. Should be fun. Let's see. Yeah, another D and repeat. Yeah, just got get it working first. Obviously, I just know that's how Unreal handles networking. Each actor has its own net ID. They even have a relevancy per actor, so closer, higher priority actor gets. No, but I like, and I think that's what I was trying to get at with what we were talking about before. Was the fact that net ID is like a kind of like a general ID that can be handled depending on the situation. That is nice. I might take that into account. Data replicated more frequently to clients. Just treat net ID as an object pointer basically, since you can't literally serialize object pointers and expect it to work. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, so it should be fun to get that in. All right, sparse array. I think I'm just going to go to the observer and just steal some of the code. I guess the main questions I should have about this one is like it's going to be like a vector for now. So it's going to be a vector. I might do like a proper like array, or like a not resizable array at some point. What else do I want from it? So I guess there's two approaches I could do, or like two, I guess, internal data structures I could keep. Because one thing I might want to be aware of is what data is active, right? So keep track of what data is active. Also, you like conversely or optionally, you can have keep track of what data is inactive, right? So I might figure out some way to write this in, maybe like do like a compile time, like something I can add here where I can just be aware of like, okay, I want to optimize for grabbing how do I say, like looping through the data that is active, right? So I can quickly get that data, right? Because for something like maybe like a memory allocator, you want to know what data is inactive and like what chunks data are inactive. So you would do like a free list, or maybe you have like a bit field or bit mask, right? So you can be aware of like, okay, this memory is free. I'm gonna keep a little list of like what memory is free. And then again, you can either make like a separate free list, or you can put the free list into the actual array as like a union. I remember like you were saying before. Yeah, but let's just start with the vector for now. So vector, because specifically for the sessions, I want to be able to quickly iterate through all the data that's active. That is something I want. But it's still going to be like a sparse array, right? Maybe at some point I will write like a sparse set too, where like I could have like a dense list and like a sparse list. And then maybe that can like work towards something I'm doing at that point. But I'm gonna start with a sparse array and then like go from there, I guess. Yeah, that's the thing. And like the bit mask, which was already implemented with the last like observer thing, right? That was done. So I could just push that code over and then do those like bit field operations that was done last time with the counter L and whatnot. And that could quickly get all the data that's active, right? I could also store like a separate like list of like objects that are active, and then just iterate straight through that too. I don't know which one's faster. Maybe try out both, right? But I know for the sessions, I want to be able to loop through the ones that are active. That's what the diameter is sort of annoying because you either need two vectors or put them in the same container. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Or enforce a mask capacity, because if you have the bit field, there's going to be some limit to it, right? Let me think. Let me think of the situation for the. Okay, let's work with the what I need for the sessions first, and then I can abstract from there instead of trying to like solve every problem. So for the sessions in particular, I suppose you'd have a situation where you might want a lot of sessions, right? But just for like simplicity's sake, we can limit it to like a certain size, right? And then maybe come back and make it more dynamic later, right? So I'm just gonna go under the assumption that we're keeping the sessions below 64 count, right? And then that way we could use a bit mask if we want to. Another assumption is we need to keep track of the active data. So the bit mask would work. Mask would work. I guess the other option, yeah, like you said, like we could either keep like a separate array and then just index into that array, like a bool array, or you could do like a linked list, right? But you need to be careful of like where you're keeping that memory, right? Also, if you're looping through it really fast, you might be looping into it like out of order, which can be problematic. Yeah, and the thing is like, if it's a session thing and we're grabbing, what is the most common operation on the sessions? Let me figure that out. Because even if it's not like the most optimal data structure, I might just go with it for now and then maybe devise like a separate data structure or like devise something else that works better later. But yeah, let me see what the most common, like adding and removing clients, like it can be slow, like that's fine. You don't really need to go crazy with it. Get client counts. I mean, you just return a number. So I need a query check, set session frame. Do we need to iterate through all of them all the time? Get all clients, get slots. Okay, so I imagine this like you might want to query what client indices exist in the session, right? You might want to be like, oh, does this client index exist, right? And then for that, you would loop through the list, right? But I believe the main use case for the how do I say, the main use case for the session is going to be taking in a session index and then retrieving a client index. And then that way you can get the connection and then do what you got to do. Because again, you're basically going to be referencing a certain session index, like, oh, this one's in slot 1 or slot 0 or whatever, right? You want to get its index and then do something with it. So the most common operation is grabbing things out of order. And we're fine with it being out of order. I want to err towards using the sparse array rather than a map. Especially since I'm pretty sure there's going to be like a limit to this. And I can just return a session index and just go from there, yeah. Yeah, because I'm not looping through it. Yeah, so I think sparse array would be fine. Because again, the most common case is just we have an index, we need to find out what client is associated with that. So it'd be in and out fast, right? And that would be the most common case. And yeah, there's no indirection, you just grab it. So yeah, I mean, I think it's fine as long as we know how to like if you think of it, like, I guess conceptually, is like if you're joining a game and you're joining a session, right? You join the session, right? You look for an empty slot, right? It's within a certain like size limit, like that's fine. Like you would constrain the number of users you can have in a session to a certain number, right? So you go loop through it. You'd find it when you're trying to connect, right? You're not like, that's not like a hot loop or anything. You just search for it and get it. You join the session, right? You're given like a session index, right? You're aware of that session index and you're aware of the session indices of other players, right? You might reference another player by the session index, and then you might want to do some action to that other player using that session index, some physics operation or something, right? And I'm trying to think of in what case do I need to get the, like, provide the client index and then get the session index. I don't think I need that. Like here I had that issue because I had client index to connection pointer, but honestly this isn't necessary anymore. I can just get rid of this because I can just directly query the server context and just grab the connection. It's very easy. Let me see. If you want to reuse indices, I would go with union linked list approach. So it will be one SG vector and one size t as members. Wait, let's see. Union linked list with union linked list approach. So it would be one SG vector and one size t as members instead of two and search for lowest index instead of yeah, but would that optimize for I mean, honestly, yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the union might be the best case actually, because then you can quickly get empty spots if you want to like grab a new slot, right? Which, I mean, I don't really need to optimize for, but I'm not really worrying about looping through all of the session indices. Or wait, do I actually? Would there see now I'm questioning, would there be cases where I want to loop through the session indices? Nope. nested for loops without branching is possible, I think. The union approach you're talking about, you're saying like empty slots are a union of the linked list, right? So that optimizes retrieving empty slots and giving them to like new people who are trying to get new slots, right? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, and again, you can't tell if an object of a particular slot is set if you're trying to query it. Yeah. The union approach optimizes for retrieving empty slots. Yeah. Which again, I don't think I'm that worried about, to be honest. But I will write in the implementation for that because, like, as like a separate thing. But I'm trying to think of. Okay, wait. Okay, I have an idea. So let me go back. So the sparse array, I already know that the sparse array, the whole idea is that you're going to have like 0111 1001 1001. Assume these are objects. I'm just putting in binary or whatever. You're going to have like empty slots right in between. That's kind of like the idea behind the sparse array. And you're okay with that because the main operation is going to be indexing in and just grabbing arbitrary objects, like out of order, right? And just return the index. So like looping through is not really the strong suit for this data structure in the first place, right? I might do maybe like to do add sparse set. So I might write this one where like they have like a sparse set, or I forget what this is called, the sparse set, and then a dense set or list or whatever, right? And then this one can keep the data internally packed if the for loop is the most common case, right? Like if I'm looping through the most that's like the most common case. Oh wait, I'm getting a call. I'll be right back. Okay. Probably should have put 20 minutes in the first place, my bad. Alright, yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I guess I'll just go with the vector for now. And we'll go with type T. Why not? M-array. Sure. We'll initialize it too. So I want this to be like a dynamic array where you could resize it, but it still enforces like a max size, if that makes sense, right? So that would just mean you would have like a size T, M max size, right? We'll put it at 0, I guess, for the initial, right? And then maybe you'll have like a function, be fine, like this is the thread safe queue from when I was learning the networking from, what's his name? Javid X9. All right, let's see. All right, let's make it explicit. We'll say constructors / destructors. Say sparse array. I don't know if I need to declare the type or anything. I don't think so. So let's do defaults. I just wanted to be very clear that there's nothing in the constructor destructor. But maybe there should be. I don't know. I don't intend on doing any inheritance or anything, so. How do I do this, actually? Oh, this one is indented, okay. Yeah, sure. Internal fields. Do. Maybe. Oh yeah, I should probably put public. I don't get any weird errors. And then I'll say modify state. Sure. And then we'll say I don't know of any error states for this, so we'll just do void set max size. And we'll put a size T. New size. It's a templated function, so typically you gotta do this. It is modifying it. And then we'll just say m max size is equal to new size. Easy peasy. And then I suppose I could do marray dot. The thing is, if I do resize, it's going to do a bunch of constructions of the objects. Yeah, sure. Because I do want them all to be available so I can index into them if I need to. Yeah, I don't know. Let me do like an operator overload. So we'll say, I'll think about this. Operator overloads. All right, first one should be, I never remember how to write operator overloads. Let's go find operator like this, I think. Let's get out of here. Sure. Let's do that. Okay, and it returns a what? You probably want a T reference, right? T reference. Hey, you put an int index. I mean, does it have to be an int? Do a size T. I don't like encouraging that. And then yeah, I'll say is less than m max. Oh, okay, max size. Yeah, that makes sense. Index, and then we'll just assert it and go from there. Might need to include base. I should include Gargano core base. There we go. Probably should rename that too. Set max size. Maybe I'll call it life cycle. I'm trying to think of like what I should encourage, because again, this is like a dynamic array. Like, we're not assuming we know the size of the array at compile time. I'll probably make a compile time sized array at some point too. But since it's dynamic, I would encourage resizing it at runtime. So maybe I should. I don't know. The one thing is I don't want to start doing constructions like encouraging doing constructions at like static time in any case. Because the objects I might be instantiating ideally would be handled at runtime, or like their creation should be at runtime so that they have the resources they need. I guess that's like a case-by-case basis, but I think still I probably should encourage calling like an init function at runtime to actually use it. Okay, maybe I'm being a bit too much with that. Let's do a construction. The default sets to 0. That's fine. We'll do another option like this: sparse array, and we'll take in a size t. And this one will be a little bit more explicit with it. And I'll move this destructor up here. Or leave it down here, it's fine. And we'll just call set max size. There we go. To array size. Yeah, easy as that. So you can get like a default size if you want to, right? And you can provide that in the list. But if you want to modify it at runtime, you know, feel free, right? Index is less than. Yeah, that makes sense. And what is this args? What is this args? M array of that index. Yeah, fair enough. So you do the entire like allocation, or not allocation, the construction of this array whenever you call this, right? So it does it all at once, and then after that you're just indexing to this array. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm just thinking about like allocators and whatnot. If I do end up using allocators to allocate the memory for this, I might want to handle this differently. But you know what? I'll just cross that bridge when I get there. That's fine. I could probably just add it as an argument, the allocator I want to use, and then just go from there. Otherwise, it'll be stack allocated, or you can create this whole thing on the heap if you want. I don't know, whatever you need to do. I'm gonna change the song too. Let me see. It's very busy, which is fine. But I'm not trying to be too busy. I'm trying to take it slow. Alright, there we go. Max size. Well, this is going to be the main operation we're going to be doing with this, right? So again, we were talking about how do I say? We were talking about the operations for making sure that this is fast, right? So yeah, we could use a bit mask. I could do some kind of compile time checks. No, but the value would be getting modified at runtime. So I would just check at runtime. Keep track of what data is. My cat going? Oh, the cat's gone. Wait, what? Word? What? Where'd the cat go? Cat's sleepy. Yeah, what? Wake up, cat. Okay, might have to close that app and reload it and see. Let's do Steam. Steam avatars, yeah. Let's try to reopen this. Cat's still gone. That's unfortunate. Reloading cat.exe. That's weird. Just give me a sec. Maybe I gotta... maybe it changed. VTuber Studio, VTuber. Oh, that's not the stream without the cat, man. It's like the big thing. Wait, let me try something. Let's get rid of this. Cat's still running. It is. Yeah, I'm gonna go to mute for a second. I'll be right back. Okay, well... oh, wait. Well, I guess all my stuff is not working right now, but I'll continue the stream, whatever. Guess I'll fix it later. I feel like if I just reload OBS, it'll fix it, but I'll try that later. Alright, keep sessions below 64 counts. We need to keep track of the active data. Oh, get some water. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. Okay. I just found the issue. It's because of the little zoom button when it clears out the foreground. All right. Fixed it. All right, let's move on. All right, so sparse array. Set size. But I want to loop through them. Bit mask. Or an array of booleans. Okay, I think I'm going to do an array of booleans. I know it's not the most efficient thing, but it is the simplest thing. And then when I want to optimize it, I'll come back and add like a bit mask, and then maybe you can add more specifiers for like, oh, I want to use a bit mask, and then it'll put restrictions saying like, okay, you need to keep it as a base power of 2, right? And it has to be below a certain size because that's what you can fit inside of an integer. Because I was kind of spinning a lot of those like thoughts in my head about creating this. But I realized I just want to abstract like some of these operations and make it easy. So yeah, I'm just gonna go with that for now. So yeah, we'll just do is active for now. Oh, and my chat went away. Okay, here we go. Hey Gundif, how's it going? Yeah, I think I settled. I'm just gonna do a. I'm just gonna do a vector bool for now, since it's the simplest option and eats the most memory. The cat is back. I fixed it. Yeah. Yeah, because if I do the bit mask, right, I have to make a few like restrictions of like it can't go over a certain size. And what's the other thing? It has to be like a power of 2 so that it, or it doesn't necessarily have to be, but you'd prefer that so it packs into an integer, right? What I was thinking is maybe I'll provide like compile time options here so that you can enforce like using a bit mask and enforce using like other like types, and I can like write that in here. Or I might just write like a completely separate type that uses that. But for now, I'm going to do this just for simplicity. Get it working, and then, yeah, go from there, I guess. I got stuck on like a 20-minute call too, so my bad. Right, yeah, you can just get rid of it if you don't need it. Okay, let me get your opinion. What do you think of, like, providing, like, a bit field here? Like, if I put a bit field as, like, an option. I'm not going to do it now, but, like, you put a bit field, and then based on, like, those values, like, you could have, like, 0b1101, like, that would be, like, the actual value. And then with this, you can specify like what you want from the sparse array. Like, oh, I want to optimize for this, or I want to optimize for this. And then you could do like if const expr, right? Like check that element of the bit field, and then get like certain operations out of it. Like, oh, I could include this if I have like this option on or whatever. I kind of want to avoid just having like a bunch of booleans or whatever. Well, I mean, you would be aware of like you would provide this like in the actual like template declaration, right? And then what you would do is you just like how do I say? Actually, yeah, can you optionally provide types for? I don't know about that. I know you can like overlook certain operations with the if const expr and then like completely get rid of it. Could you overlook types? Maybe you can't. T or next element union in the vector. Conditional T. Let's see. Again, I'm not going to write it right now. I might try that later. But I want to see this VPN thing. Yeah, let's see what the AI says. I don't know. Is a type alias introduced that simplifies the use of as conditional? Two types based on Boolean evaluated compile time. Simplifies the use of is conditional. It selects one or two types based on the Boolean condition evaluated at compile time. Let's see what Stack Overflow is saying too. Before I get into the docs, I just want to see what is going on. I find chain. Remove a member and then also don't do certain operations if like a certain flag is set, right? I mean, I suppose I could just put like a bunch of booleans, but yeah, I probably could just put a bunch of booleans. I'm just thinking like you could just provide like options here, and then based on this you can like optionally have this or not, and you can optionally do certain operations or not. Even for zero size types, it adds at least a byte to the size without some special compiler hints. Wait, even for zero size types, it adds at least a byte to the size without some special compiler hints? We're talking about like size to the array or like the entire like object definition, like doing this type of thing with the conditionals and getting rid of the data. Like even if I do that, it's still gonna like have something there. Remember, like no unique address. That's what it's called. Let me check with ChatGPT. Let me see what they gotta say. Can I optionally define a type? Optionally include a member variable at compile time. Using C++ templates. What? Oh, they're using a template specialization. I got you. I always hate the syntax of this. And then here's that conditional T you were talking about. Yeah, I can see this getting very hairy. And Boolean flag or the traits. It's include inheritance, which doesn't have this issue for whatever reason. Oh, really? Oh yeah, but then I gotta inheritance trees. I mean, yeah, everything here just sounds kind of like annoying, to be honest. Syntax kind of weird. Case template, no extra member. Yeah, and then if I specialized it, I still have to define everything again. That's kind of annoying. It has a value. You could use the union method, the built-in relist. If you don't need to check if an individual element has a valid value, you could use the in-union method with the built-in free list. You don't need to check if each element has a valid value. Yeah, but that's for that case, right? If you're doing the whole checking for empty values, then you can do that, you know? Yeah, I'm just thinking of the case because I was thinking about it. I might want to like I think the most common case, especially for the session, is to how do I say, index. This will be the most common operation, right? But I will want to loop through the entire session indexes sometimes, right? Because I might want to alert everyone in the session of something, or I might want to, you know, it would be more infrequent, but I would be using it, right? But again, the more common case is to do this, yeah. So again, maybe a sparse set would be better in that case. I could try these things out later, and then I might use what is that one? I always forget the name. Godbolt, either Godbolt or the other one. This one takes you to the actual assembly. What is the other one? CPP Insights. Yeah. Maybe later I'll go through this. I might run my stuff through Insights and see what it produces, and then maybe I'll see if something like makes sense, I guess. But I guess for now I'm not going to worry about this for now. And then I'm just going to flatly go with the vector booleans, and I'll come back to it. So you probably don't want to know if that index is valid or not. If you're reusing indices, wait, I think you can locally as well. Wait. This class is allowed to alias with the child class. Check if an individual element has. No, you can use them. Yeah, you can look at that method as well. Wait, you're saying you can loop quickly with the built-in free list? I thought that one was just for like identifying empty. I mean, I know you could still just loop through the array yourself, which, I mean, this wouldn't solve that problem. They would just bake this in, and then maybe I could provide like an iterator for this where I can easily just throw this in a for loop and not have to worry about checking externally from this class. That's kind of the main benefit I'm trying to get out of this. If you're reusing indices, you probably don't want to just know if that index is valid or not. Right. If you're reusing indices, you probably don't want to know if that index is valid or not, but you probably actually want a version count. Version count. Version counts. What do you mean by version count? Previous index. Like while free index or int previous free index plus 1. If you're reusing indices, you probably want to just know if that index is valid or not. You really want a version count, so I wouldn't worry about that anyways for your use case. Yeah, something like while free index for int previous. Previous free index. Wait, but again, the free index, that is the indices that are empty, right? Or is right? It's like you're looping through all of the indices that are empty. So imagine you run into a case where you store an index to 0 that you set to some value, then destroy it, and that index is reused by a different system. It was 0. That's a bug, yeah. What you really need is a version count to ensure that the index 0 points to the original value, and what you really need is a version count to ensure that the index 0 points to that original value and not to the new one. Sort of like weak's pointer semantic. This is what it does with entities. A version and index integers. Okay. Okay, well, that's new to me. Let me read through that. So store index and the versioning system that you set to some value. It's version and index integers. Version and index integers. The version increases at each individual index every time is set to a different value. So your key will be an index version, and you check the version at the index to see if it matches. Allocated. Okay. Yeah, this is just new to me, so I'm just trying to understand. So imagine you run into and you destroy it, and that index is reused by a different system. You index into it with 0. That's, that index 0 points to that original value. Version inside each index each time it's set to a different value, so your key. you never index something instead. You can just handle that yourself. Just make sure you don't index something instead. Which ones? Bit for deallocated. You're saying a simple bit probably isn't enough. You can build the version counter on top of a sparse array with another type if you want. Right. Where's the case for restore? Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the version system, so I'm kind of reading that a bit more. We're into store index. Okay, wait. I understand now. I had to read it back just to make sure I understood what the system you're talking about was. Okay, so the version system is basically handling the case where, I mean, it's like a weak pointer semantics, like you said, where you have individual indices, right, that index into like the data you want, right? And you might have different systems that might allocate or deallocate data, and you're just making sure that when you retrieve that data, the data didn't get like deallocated somewhere else, or didn't get overwritten by somewhere else. So you check the version number, kind of like just like a flag saying, oh, okay, no, this value is still the same value that you knew that it was when you last checked it. So we can go and access the data, right? But yeah, again, that's just fixing for the case where you have different systems working on the same data set. Yeah. Okay. So that, again, that is the situation where you have different systems working on data sets, and you have to keep them synced. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm wondering if I do I need that for this? I think the session system, I mean, I might, like you said, I might write that on top of like a sparse array, like if I need to keep things synchronous. But I think I'm really only going to have like one point of entry for the sessions, as far as I can tell. But yeah, that might be different for different use cases. So yeah, I think writing that on top in that case, for that particular use case, would make the most sense. Yeah. Sorry, it took a second for me to read. I just wanted to make sure I fully understand what you were saying. Let's see. Something while like we don't want to know if the index is valid or not. A version count. Okay, but you were saying if you're reusing indices, you probably don't want to just know if the index is valid or not. Probably want a version count, so. Mm. So again, I'm just thinking for this one, the situation where, like once I get like once I allocate some data and I set it to 1, like I'm going to use that index forever. That's kind of like the general contract that I'm going to be using for this, right? So I think for this, just for simplicity, I'm going to keep it like that, where if something's set to 1, that index is passed back, and then we're going to use that index, and we're just all going to agree on the index being valid, right? And I'll try to keep just 1 point of entry for using the sessions, and then again, if I need more complexity, I'll write that on top of this. And again, the secondary case is I need to loop through this. But I don't want to loop through this and end up with like zeros here and then like try to use it, right? I only want to use the ones that are valid, right? And then you were saying before with that looping through something like with the free index for... Yeah, that would loop through like empty slots, if I'm not mistaken, right? Allocate, deallocate entry for the entire left, some substance that is not necessary. It's only needed if you're creating destroying the instance all the time and you need a way to track if something exists or not. Entry for the entire life or substance. Yeah. Like if I just allocate it and then that's it, then it is what it is, right? Like the system you're talking about is just making sure that I don't end up with any weird invalidations in the middle of using it. It's kind of like setting like a dirty flag and then being like, okay, this one has been changed. Be aware of that. Yeah. Yeah. Like if I really want to optimize for it, but again, that's just going to depend on what is the actual use case for this one. So I'm thinking I'm going to write like a sparse array, and then I'm going to write a separate sparse set that will optimize more for like looping through like a for loop, right? And there'd be like a slight bit of indirection because you have to index into the sparse array to get into the dense array. So I'll write that as a separate thing for that. Yeah, but I think for this case, Like, I think my desired API is you're mainly going to be grabbing data using this like operator, right? Where you're getting your data. And then I want to expose something where you can still loop through this, and I don't want to have to worry about like outside of this array worrying about, okay, is this value valid or not? Like I don't want to think about that. I just want to do a for loop on the valid values, and I'm just gonna like be okay with the performance hit, right, of it being sparse, right, and having to check and iterate through them, right? And then if I really need to like move over to worrying about keeping things packed together, then I can transition over to a sparse set and then do it that way. But it'll just depend on the situation. Yeah. So like ideally I still want to provide like a nice easy like for loop that can just loop through this like Boolean vector of like is it valid or not? And then this just needs to keep track of like, is it valid, right? It's not going to be the most memory efficient and like most efficient thing, but at least it'll abstract away like the for loop. Yeah. Oh, is there really an iterator for std bool? Oh, sir. Oh yeah, actually, you know, I'll look into that. I might use that. Yeah. Okay, so trying to think of what I should name this next one. This one's gonna be modify state, so I'm gonna put this right here. I'm gonna call it void, or maybe a bool. I'll return. I'll say bool set. Oh, wait, no, not bool. What am I talking about? Get. And then we're gonna return an index into this, right? So we're gonna return a size t. Get object get index. I almost want to say alloc, but that doesn't make sense. Whenever I work with a vector, it's always pushback and whatnot. And place assumes you're putting it in the back as well. I don't know. It's a horrible name. And place lowest? Yeah, that is descriptive, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, and then for got an ice cream truck going in the background. I can close this window. Ooh, we got a ice cream truck and construction going on. Jeez. Store a raw T in a because each element will be constructed even if it's freed. Want to handle construction manually. You might actually not want to store a raw T because each element will be constructed. Even if it's freed, you might want to handle construction manually. Yeah. I mean, I guess the like what should happen is like you would deconstruct it, set max size, and then you do a resize, and this would call all the constructors to create all the objects, right? And you would end up with everything, and then you would just index directly, so you would always know that something does exist there. Whether you want to handle the construction and destruction manually, I tend to do like init functions and terminate functions for my objects. I don't like doing like a lot of work in the constructors. But I get what you mean, yeah. Yeah, I know this already has like a ton of ramifications. I'm kind of thinking about what you're saying too with it, like maybe let me think of the actual situations where I'm doing this. If I in the session, create the object, you construct it there. No, I think I'm okay with this. Yeah. Yeah, because again, like the main operation for the constructions will occur all at once right here. We'll have a big array of the objects, right? And like, say if I was going to set up a new session, I would initialize this on its own, right? Have the array buffer available. And then if I wanted to like create a new session, I would like call this, get the object back. And then I think the assumption in this case would be, okay, here's the data. It's going to be a bunch of garbage. Deal with it. Oh, Union T never calls constructor. That's kind of nice. Yeah, it just depends on the type, right? Union T, which makes it never call the constructor. Union T. Let's say the same thing. First, it combines elements from different terms and it's a placeholder. Oh, that's just been talking about. Or align as you went size of T. Give some results. Oh yeah, you could just like set up the data buffer. Yeah, I could just do like a buffer of data, and then just return the data itself. If I don't want the constructors to be called, and then I could just construct on that data. But at that point, this is basically just going to be. I'm starting to write an allocator at this point. Do I want the constructors to call? When you allocate it, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, I think I'm gonna chill on it because my style of coding, I typically don't do anything in the constructors, so I think I just need to keep that in mind. Yeah, for the most part, I usually have like defaults and then I have like explicit inits, right? Yeah, I could do a placement new along with the data size, yeah. If I want to optimize that, or like just not call it in general. I'm trying to think if I want to like go down that route right now. Yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm gonna be okay with the constructors. I'll put a note though. To maybe. So let me put this right here. Maybe use a data buffer along with placement new to avoid necessary constructions calls. Yeah, because like I know what you're talking about with where is it? Where's my little memory thing I was working on? Yeah, with the little allocator that I wrote. I do use the placement new with the actual allocation, right? The buffer and everything. So I could do that, but I'm gonna be okay with just the constructors being called for now, and I'll come back and optimize if I have to. For this one, all right, bool active. All right, let's see. In place notice first, so. If active, there might be. There's like a fly. Hold on. Okay. It got away. Like, is like iterate allocated or? Yeah, I'll take a look. Iterates located. Must be. Because I know those SCD vector bool, sometimes they'll optimize it in certain ways. But it just depends, right? It's not necessarily start with elements, contiguous array. Yeah. Yeah, they got the iterators, yeah. I mean, that's how I use the for loop, right? Then the get allocator, get end capacity, insert range, place size and place back. Yeah. Let's see. It's okay. I'll just do the basic for loop. If active. I guess I could do a return value. Oh, but then we don't know what the type T is, yeah. Do I want to have it as an inner value? It's kind of annoying. Because I kind of want to return a struct. I don't want to return a because I have to get the actual object, right? Plus, I want to return the index so we can use that later, right? I kind of want to like write like a return struct. Maybe I could do it like right here. Maybe. I don't like having inner classes though, but it is a struct. Ugh, I don't know if I like that. I'll put it up here. Built-in tuples, right? Yeah, I mean, I could use the SD tuple. I'm preferring to use a struct because it's more like, I don't know, a bit more documenting, I guess. But it requires the type T, so I usually put this outside the class. Yeah. I mean, what do I call this? Return. Array. Type. I don't know. Return. Let me ask ChatGPT. This one thing it's good at, it's really good at, is giving me names for things. And the last parameter being a pointer. You can always do the trick where you have the last parameter being a pointer. Out parameter instead of. Yeah, I don't like that syntax though. Like I don't like having outs instead of the parameters either. Nope, that is a bot. Hey, give me for return struct for creating new object in this sparse array. Oh yeah, in place result. Sure, that works. In place results. Do I want to assume, let's see, in place results. And then of course we're going to have the index, so size t. Maybe it should be some invalid value by default. I don't know, I'll think about it. And then also, should it be a pointer? Usually in place returns like a reference to the object that it just created. But the thing is, this could fail because of the max size. We're doing another using. Size. Not using const expert. Size t. Index. Wrap it in SD expected then. SD expected. Or it could do like optional too, I guess. I don't like the syntax of optional though. But yeah, fair enough, yeah. What's the difference between expected and optional? I never taken a look. Oh, it's 23. I am not at that. I am not there. I am at 20. Is expected good though? Have you tried it? You said throw? Oh, nah. Yeah, I'm good on throw. I mean, maybe I could like assert, I guess. Yeah, it's the same thing, I guess. Right. Okay. Do I want to use optional? What does optional resolve down to? Like if I yeah, because I could wrap the whole thing into an optional and then just check that, I guess. And it's kind of like a separation of the issue. I could also do like a pointer to the object and check that, but then you'd have to like be aware of you know, this problem pops up a lot. Maybe I could just write my own at some point, I guess. I don't know. STD optional is the expected. Yeah, because this could fail. Yeah. Alright, sure. Maybe at some point I might wrap this optional thing into my own little like wrapper. Maybe I'll use like results and option, like kind of like how you have for Rust. That is communicated better. And I was thinking about like, oh, I could return a null pointer, or I could you know, like return an invalid value. But then you have to like know, you have to already know that that is going to be an invalid value. No, optional is better because then it separates it. This is for the actual data, and then checking whether it's valid or not is a separate concern. Right, and then it's just a bool that checks or not. Yeah, so yeah, I could probably just write my own. Yeah, you know what? Because I'm probably gonna do that, and then probably add it around my engine too, wherever I use stuff, just to be more consistent. So let me make that a little feature I should add. Create expected result / expected or optional. Or return types. I mean, it's self-description. Like the title says. I don't know. Let's try to like add more things to talk about, but I'm like, yeah, no, it's pretty self-descriptive. Right, and then you can just check it. Yeah, Fair enough, yeah. Okay, well, for now, I'll just stick with optional the way it is, and then, yeah, go from there. And then it's going to be T reference. Yeah, it would actually be a T reference in that case, so okay, so optional in place results for if wait, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, first thing is KG starts. That new size is less than K. Invalid sparse set index. Yeah, just make sure it's not this value. And then I'm gonna say size T index is 0. I'm gonna loop through. If not active, simple index plus plus. Check for failure to retrieve. Index and the array, which is M array index. Greater than or equal to and max size. Return nothing for the optional, and then yeah, I'll just return nothing, right? All right, there we go. On my project, it is 20. Yeah. Check for failure to find slots, and then return found array. Dates. Value. That's kind of unnecessary. Let's just do this and then say m active. Oh, 20. Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of people using 20 nowadays. I don't know if it's because that's like the common one to use. Let me rename this too. Maybe that's a better name for that. Yeah, we want to make sure it's not then max size. We get the object. Okay. And then I guess we can go ahead and remove it. So we'll say bool, size t index. The object. It is valid. So active array. We might want to do some checks before this. kg asserts that index is less than, so if we put the size of it, yeah, so it would be less than m max size. I should probably put that for most of these. I don't provide any index here. Yeah, I checked that here as well. Okay. Find the index, ensure it is valid, so that index is equal to, if say return false, false. Let's see. Set the index to be false. Equal to false. I mean, I guess here I could I could clear the object if I wanted to. I'm not gonna bother. I should just put a caveat saying that if you're getting a new object, you need to like reset it yourself. Maybe I'll put a note here. I'll put it up top. Note that this note. At some point I will add more like Doxygen style comments. But the one thing is, like, I feel like it clutters the code base a lot, so I don't know. Note this. And I do use Doxygen for my code base, but yeah, I don't use the comments yet, so I don't know. Note this data structure does not manage the construction of objects. It does construct them, but yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I might come back and turn this array into an actual, like, just chunk of memory. And then I don't have to worry about constructors and whatnot. So yeah, I might come back and do that. Let me put that note up here. Okay, so indexing into this is pretty fast. We can add objects, we can remove them if we want. You might also want to kg assert here that array active array at the index is valid. If it's not, I'd like to know. Why are you doing that? Got to be careful with this one because it can invalidate indexes, but I should just be aware of that, yeah. Leave some notes for myself later. Remove sets. Okay. So again, sparse set. We're gonna want to do that at some point. I think the last thing is just set like an iterator. Let me just throw this at ChatGPT and see what it says for this particular situation. I have like an iterator class, but I was having trouble with it. or I got it to work, but it didn't really work in context. So let me see what ChatGPT throws at me, and then maybe after that I can research it. Hey, can you add a C++ iterator to this class? Class, I want to loop through the array, and yeah, I'm gonna see what ChatGPT tells me. Maybe it can point me in the right direction. Maybe I can go read some stuff on it. Yeah, I had like an iterator class working, or not working, but like I was doing something and then I kind of gave up on it because I was trying to like add like a custom comparison function for it, and then I had a bunch of stuff for like, you know, I wrote like a basic implementation, and it's just based off of like type, and then it uses like I forget that acronym for where like when like you define the type, and then like you like when you actually instantiate this, you provide the actual derived type in the template declaration, and it has like a term, but it uses that. But yeah, it's like an overly general solution to it. I want to loop through the M array and only provide objects that, yeah, admittedly I don't know much about it, so as far as like writing your own iterators and everything, only provide objects to loop through the M array and only provide objects that are valid in the corresponding M active array. It's the class. So add iterator to your sparse array that only visits valid. We'll define a custom iterator. Yeah, what are you gonna say, Mr. ChatGPT? Yeah, in place results, and then we have this iterator. Okay, I gotta define all this stuff. Oh, okay, so it just takes in the sparse array pointer. Okay. Yeah. Equals equals, not equals. Skip to next one. Yeah, and we have the M array available there, I guess. Okay. Wait. Maybe my little iterator class might work. I don't know. The only thing is it takes in the data type. But it doesn't take in the okay, yeah. Yeah, because if I can avoid writing all that boilerplate, I really want to. Okay, let's try this. Type name container type. And then we'll pass in the container type pointer. Container data. And we need to store it, right? So let's put it here. Container type point container. Okay. So we pass in these pointers. Okay, and then the only thing is that this has compare function needs to take in some stuff. Some stuff. I wonder if this would be fine by itself. I don't think I should really care about the container type in particular. The main thing is just making sure that it's convertible to Boolean. Whatever the function is, right? Yeah, okay. Well, I can try it out. So I mainly just need to define it with this compare function. Does it need like a certain definition? I don't think it cares. I forgot if I added that in. Okay, yeah. So then how did this iterator do it again? The iterator takes in the array as a pointer to it. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean mine takes in a pointer too. To that container, it stores it there, and then we can just use it however we want. Let's make sure we store it, yeah. Be weird if we didn't. So container data pointer, whatever. Container. Maybe let's do this in the order that we see it, right? Okay. Okay. Let's try it. So let's copy this over. And then we'll include iterator in there. Yeah, there we go. Include Gargano core iterator. Okay. Sparse. Probably shouldn't have copied it with the comments. All right, so I'll call this sparse array iterator. Sparse array iterator. Okay, we type T. And I think I have to define. I should probably call this KG iterator or something, right? I don't know. the container type. Does that go first or wait? Okay, then the data type. Okay, yeah. And then sparse array. I feel like that might be illegal. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, and then we just write our little custom comparison expression. It's not an end pointer, it's a t pointer. Data pointer. And this is my first time using this. I'm trying to think. And container. Private friend class Oh, it's not defined here yet. Okay. Guess we'll put it at the bottom. Local types. I guess I'll put these together. I'll just put this with I don't love that. I really don't love that. I also probably need to find like a begin and end, right? So iterator. Active array. I don't have it. Okay, I don't have access to the index though. I mean, I could get the index. I mean, I could just get like the data pointer from the M array. Get the index. distance. Okay. So just making sure that that's valid, then do the index. The active array is valid. The active iterator is valid. Okay. Okay. So, I don't know. Let me see if this even compiles. So, you know what I'll check? Let's go to CPP Insights. Why not? All right. So we're going to do int main. And then return 0. Don't save it. Okay, cool. Let's go grab the iterator class. Is there no private ones here? Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, looks fine. Okay, copy all the way up here. And then we'll paste it right here, get rid of some of this stuff. Like this isn't necessary. ESQ. Don't need this namespace stuff either. Iterator and base isn't necessary. We do want the optional though. DQ is not necessary. Mutex, vector, optional. I don't need mutex here. Okay. And then let's get rid of the asserts for now, since those aren't available. KG assert, KG assert, KG assert, KG assert. Oh, I do some in here as well. No, I guess not. Alright, let's see. Compilation failed. Yeah, what's up? We're supposed to use a non-template type iterator. What is the syntax for this again? It's like you put it in front of the class, right? No, same thing. Okay. Anonymous class must be defined. Non-constant value will cannot bind to a temporary state of reference. Non-const L value. Oh, okay. Well, that was the first one. We don't do this. I think I tried doing that at one point before, and yeah, that doesn't work. Non-const L value reference to... This is the right standard, right? Yeah, 20. Cannot bind to temporary type reference. Is the bit reference. This is in the active. Okay, so yeah, none of this. Yeah, let's do a slightly better way. 4, and then we're gonna say size t I 0. I is less than what is it? Max size, since that's what we always agree on it being, and then I plus plus, and then we'll say m active array at I is equal to false. Still maybe find a better way. I don't know. Same thing somewhere else too, right? I don't know. I guess that's fine. Yeah. All right. Okay, unknown type. Oh, I have an assert here. And also uint pointer is not defined. Yeah, maybe I should figure out where that's defined. Might be a good idea, but let me get rid of that assert. Pointer underscore t. Used as optional, unsigned, uint pointer might be the same as void pointer. Okay. hash include cstd int. Might need that. And let's just try hash include cstd int. There we go. Use of undeclared identifier and container pointer. What do you mean undeclared? M container pointer. What, it doesn't know what it is? What? Yeah, it's M container pointer. What? My compiler is telling container pointer is undefined. Compare function. How to play it? Base class members into scope using this. Really? You have to do with this pointer for it? I didn't know that. I always thought they were just accessible. I hope ChatGPT is not lying to me. Let's see. Wait, where's the iterator? Here it is. This. I hope you're right. Oh well, yeah, you are right. Okay. Unknown. You don't have any members in that container struct? Container struct. You're talking about the container pointer? I think it's kind of like an opaque type. Yeah, it's like inheriting, yeah. It's always public and privates. Okay, well, it looks like it's compiling, I think. Okay, let me just try it. So I'm going to define a sparse array. So let's do sparse array of an int. Yeah. So new array. Right? Maybe it's maybe I just did this. I don't know. Okay, I'll take a look in a moment. Let's see. Okay, let's just try and instantiate it and see if we get any errors. I'm sure there will be. Hey, okay, nothing. All right. Let's try and say new array dot. Okay, there's no autocomplete, right? What was it? In place lowest. And then we want, what is it? See, optional. I guess I could just do auto, but I don't know. Result, in place result. Is this how you do this? I haven't used this in a while. In place result. Text is so small too. Let me zoom a little further. Okay. I go back and forth with it. I only like auto if it's like super long and like excessive. I think this one I could probably again like wrap it into my own type and then make it simpler. So I might do that. I don't know that this in place result is in the class. I prefer it to be on its own. Sparse. I just don't like inner classes, period. So yeah, that's a bit excessively long. I did unqualified ID, but oh, no name. Data. There you go. Results. There we go. No name. Let's see. No matching constructor for initialization of SD. Optional. How do you construct optionals again? SD optional. I'll turn my light too. Like upon construction, I do. Oh, I have to wrap it another. Oh yeah, okay. Let me take a look at this. This returns an optional. Yeah, I always thought you could do it like this, but I guess not. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, it's usually how I do it. Wait, what happened with the other one though? Yeah, I guess it's needs to be wrapped together, yeah, as a constructor. Fair enough. All right, let's go up here. Yeah, that just needs to be more explicit, right? This one should still work. So let's do, what is this thing called? In place results. In place results. Do I specify T for this? Or is that implicit? It might be implicit. Let me just try this. If not, yeah, I might wrap it again. Let's just try this. See if that works. Because I'd like that to work. Now I can't see the Wait, what? What? Bruh. Oh, here we go. Okay. The website. Oh, okay, nice. Okay, cool. They compiled. Yeah, I prefer not to have to wrap it twice if I can get away with it. Okay, yeah, I just need, I guess I just couldn't deduce it from there. Implicit conversion copy. I mean, there's no, the compiler can't figure out like a return value optimization for this. Exactly the return type. Wait, return value. Let me take a look. Return value optimization. Take a look at that. Anyone just maybe I can be like how to take advantage of return value optimization. I've never actually looked super into it. How to take advantage of return value optimization, C++. Example, consider the following by value. As the name is different. So this object can be constructed before the return value. True, yeah. So, how do you recommend me putting it together? Like, like the other option for it. Because yeah, I might check it with maybe Godbolt or something. Maybe check what it turns into. Should I just do like the object? Around this, right? And then it'll kind of figure it out. Because yeah, that'll be the optional, right? Right. Yeah, because it has to move over the, well, let's see. Okay, we'll return 0. Let me turn my light. Okay, there we go. There's a Godbolt. Let me move this over here. All right, let's take a look. Which version is this? GCC. How do you specify the? I mean, I guess it's compiling, so it's fine. Let's take a look. Okay. All right, so, oh, nope, don't do that. All right, yeah, there we go. Plus 20. I must have left it at some point. Yeah. Wait, let's go check here. Okay, and place lowest, yeah. Yeah. I like the little highlight thing it does. It's kind of nice. Dang. I guess it just depends, right? That's so convenient. I like that. Oh, 03. What is it? I never written it straight into the compiler with the flag. You said optimization 3? GCC optimizations compiler flag. Capital O, maybe? Oh yeah, there we go. That's funny. Just this entire program is useless. I mean, yeah, fair enough, because we're not doing anything with this. Let's try 2. Yeah, probably. That's funny. Let's return result dot. I missed my linting. And play slowest. How do you get it? SD optional. It's been a while for optional. Optional. Yeah, I'll definitely wrap this into my own API, so I remember. Do they have like an example? And then it's value or. Oh, I can just, it's just a pointer. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, it's an int, so I can just say return results. What did I call it? Yeah, I missed my, where is it? Where's the results? Where is it? I missed my autocomplete. Oh, there it is. End value. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was just like, I know what value it is. Let's return that. Okay, I'm gonna chill on optimizations for a second. Because the compiler's just like, yeah, this code isn't necessary. What are you doing? Wait, okay, let me find that again. Okay, so we're here, right? call to move, call. Okay, so it is allocating the vector. Okay, and then an array index. Okay, so it's just using the brackets operator, getting the object, yeah. And then at the bottom, move. Yeah, it's calling STD optional. Let me read that. STD optional in place. Okay, well I see a lot of in place. Okay, well, in place our value. Wait, STD optional, STD array, in place results. Yeah, okay. Let's try it without. Yeah, I mean it looks the same. Yeah. No, I kind of figured. Like, I'm pretty sure this is something the compiler could figure out. It just probably has to be based on like making sure that the values are easy to figure out or whatever, but we're just getting the index and returning it. Trying to think over it. Yeah, it should be fine. All right, cool. Yeah, good, because I didn't want to do that syntax. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's probably why I want to, at some point I am going to switch over to just like Clang and just use one compiler. And then, yeah, I mean, I'll just do all my comparisons like that. You know, just use Godbolt and use Godbolt and CPP insights and just verify things, right? Make sure things do the things I think they are supposed to do. Where is it? Wait, do I keep missing it? My brain is like falling off. Okay, this one. Yeah, here it is. Cool. Oh wait, no, it's just... Okay, so I have to wrap it in that thing, right? Yeah, so... We'll do that, and then we'll say the return and place result. Yes. Okay, I mean, I guess the last thing is just to check if this Boolean array is working, right? And make sure that's all doing the thing. You know, I need to start actually using my test cases, so I think this might be a good opportunity to start using my testing rig. But I'm going to do that off stream, definitely. Because I do want to test if this thing works properly. But yeah, sparse array. Looks good. Let me compile and make sure everything still compiles, and then I'm gonna get back to the session code, and then let's see what we can take a look at next half hour. What? I'm using class. What did I use? A different name for it? Using struct, huh? Oh, did I really? Huh. Oh yeah, I did. Fair enough. Let me close some of these really quick. zero cost abstractions. GCC. Did I say GCC? There are no zero cost. Yeah. Because of my VPN. Let me move this over here too. Good thing it's not my IP though. I mean, I'm sure no one really cares, but still. Safe than sorry. So more benefit than cost. That is something to live by, and it's not only applicable to C++. Yep. The explanations. There are no zero cost abstractions. Fair enough. I'm gonna take a look at this later. Engine links. Or coding tool. Not tools. Let's say engine links. Alright, there we go. It's just freaking out over that. Okay, well... Actually, maybe I should test the sparse array right now. Make sure it works. I'm not going to do the full testing rig, but let me just make sure it works, yeah? And then... Sure, well, you know what? I'm just going to write it into the session code. We have like half an hour left, so... Maybe I should get some actual networking code done. Okay, well, it looks like it compiles, so that's good. All right, let's get over to the whatchamacallit, session code. Okay, we're gonna include the sparse array or Gargano core data structures. Okay, so connected clients, sessions, all this garbage. Oh, but the session index is like a tiny number, right? That's kind of nice. Yeah, that's kind of nice, actually. Yeah, whatever. I'll just convert it into a the type of index I need. All right, so delete all this, delete. And then we're just gonna say sparse array with the client index. All right, clients. Session clients. Yee. All right, empty slots. Yep, no more of this. This is all wrapped into the sparse array. Ready check data. Yeah, I mean. I don't think this needs to be an unordered set. Probably a bit unnecessary. Yeah. Do I expose that in the array? Oh, I don't. Yeah, maybe I should keep track of that as well. size t count. And then whenever we in place, we don't update the count, but then here we update the count. So we'll say count plus. And then here we only do it if we actually remove something. So maybe I should use some asserts there, huh? So m count plus plus. Yeah, I'll put an assert here. kg assert. And I'll say m count is greater than 0. I don't know how that would happen, but yeah, we'll just assert that. We have a 1 or above. And then, yeah, if it's 0, when we're entering into... Oh, wait, no. This is for the remove, my bad. There we go. Yeah, once we've confirmed that there is something in this array, but then the count is 0 for some reason, then yeah, that's like a weird state. We should catch that. And let's see. Is there anything I should assert here? I'll put it right here. M count is less than k invalid sparse array index. Yeah, because I would use the index, that invalid index, for other things. So if we reach that point, that's an error. Yep. Okay. Yeah, this one's still fine. Okay. Let's get back. Oh, wait, and then we want to actually return the counts, right? So modify state. Let's see. Query array. I'll say query state. And then we'll say get size t, get count const, and then just return count size t, get max size or capacity or whatever, I don't know. No, I'd say max size is a better name. Max size. Anything else I want to query? Yeah, that's fine. We want to make sure this is sized correctly, right? So if we... Where's the function for resizing? Oh yeah. Active array dot resize to m max size. There we go. Yeah, got this little iterator for comparing. All right, cool. Looking good. All right, let's get rid of this. Yep, sparse array client index. Cool. Session clients dot get counts. You know what? I'm gonna rename it to capacity. Get capacity. Just like that better. Yep, and then place lowest, and then remove an index. And again, we have this iterator, so we can do a for loop if we want. Oh, wait, we have to define begin and end too. Begin and end. All right, let's see. How do I define? I know I just get the data pointer for the beginning and then the end pointer, but I define begin. I forgot like all the other stuff surrounding it for iterators. Container class. No, I don't want to know all this. I just No, this is fine. I already have a iterator for it. Just okay, so we just do data, right? And then cast it to the appropriate type, right? Okay. Was there any other stuff I need? Yeah, it's just as simple as that. Okay. So return sparse array iterator. Okay, and then this takes in what? Type T, which we're already aware of what type T is. It's the array and the type. So we want to do this. What is the constructor again? I always forget. Iterator, container type, and the data type. Okay. So we're going to do array.data. Okay. And then data plus t pointer. Right, so we get the pointer to that data, and then we do pointer arithmetic based on this type, and then get the actual value plus the capacity. Yeah, that ends up at the end location, so that should be good. Okay. Get all clients. Get all slots. Yeah, we don't want either of these. We want sparse array. Client index. Get session clients. Return M session clients. Okay, nice. Yeah, that simplifies that API like a lot. Client index. I wonder if I should define that internally. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So, oh, I didn't even define this one. Where do I use this anyways? Here, this. I guess it could be anywhere inside of there, right? That's fine. Yeah, you know what? Let's take this out. Let's get rid of this. And then we can just go all the way up to capacity. So we'll get rid of this invalid sparse array index. Where else do we have k invalid? I don't see anywhere else. Okay, so without that, we can do like an optional one. So we can say type name index data. Type is equal to size t. I might start doing the t underscore for my template types. Might want to do some static asserts too with this. So index type, index type. let's see. Index type. Yeah, this one. Yeah, might as well make it the same type. Return the index type. Return the index type. I don't need to label it. Static assert. C++ static asserts. Yeah. Assert checks that unevaluated string. Yeah. Okay, and then what asserts can I use? Let's see. Type traits. Is integral. Okay, is unsigned and then is integral. What is the V underscore for? Let's see. Is integral V? Yeah, wait. Is a variad template that checks if a given is integral type versus just. Oh, they're the same thing. I got you. Oh, okay, so I could just use it for sure. Okay. Yeah, I'll just do the V1 then. I just want to make sure it's an unsigned integral. V or resolution value. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Is integral, and then we're say index type. I just want to be able to specify the index type. I don't know. I might start doing like T underscore for my types, but I'm not going to do that yet. Oh, SD unsigned. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, actually, no, that was what I was. Wait, where is it? Yeah, I was just there. Is unsigned. There we go. Is unsigned. Let me make sure I get the type traits in there too. So you don't even need a static assert, you can just replace type name with SD unsigned. How do let's see, I can replace type name with SD unsigned. I'm trying to remember concepts again. How did I? Yeah, let me see again. I think I learned concepts a little bit the other week, and then I forgot. Let's see. Concepts. And then we'll do the unsigned one just so I can find it. Or we'll search for it in here. So concept, and then that one's already defined, so we don't need to define the concept yet. But I just want to see the usages of it. Can I come down here? Is the concept name. Okay. Unsigned integral. Integral. But yeah, how do you apply them again? Like, what's the actual syntax for applying it once I find it? Concept, recursive. And if concept can be used as input, parameters and functions replace. Yeah, I think I used it like in that way a few times, and then I got a little confused because I could use it in so many places. But yeah, like you define it here. So you said earlier you can just go into your template over your struct, instead of doing type name, you can do std unsigned integral. Oh, okay, that's what you meant. I got you. Yeah, for sure. Oh, you just do this. Just make sure I got type traits in here. I should include type. Is it underscore traits? Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay. You think so for this one? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, can't hurt, right? I mean, yeah, I'm sure it includes it anyways. Okay, all right, cool. Let's head back to the session. So yeah, by default it's a size T. Oh, but you know what? Yeah, wait a second. Everywhere I use the vector, I gotta be careful. I'm trying to see, do I retrieve any? No, I iterate as an index T, so, or as the type. That should be fine. I'm trying to see if I retrieve any sizing information from the vector itself, but I actually don't think I do. I think I keep everything handled using these. So yeah, maybe there's no explicit size T conversions. That's good. Kind of older style of doing pre-20 C++20. Yeah, I think I heard of that when I was looking at it. And I heard it was like really verbose if you use it in a certain way. So because you can basically say this type. Oh, like it can be aware of. I gotta get into concepts. I try to watch some videos on it, but I feel like I don't fully like appreciate it, you know? How did you get comfortable with concepts as artists? it was just like a natural extension of like type traits when you were using before? Or were there any videos talking about concepts? This is so nice. I just have the Sparse right now. Get session start frame. Oh, you can take an argument as just that type, and then it'll be like, okay, yeah, that's right. Fair enough, yeah. And then it just kind of throw that one around. Well, that's kind of cool. Ooh, okay. So I deleted some stuff from here. I got the start frame, set the start frame, just some getters and setters, I guess. Enable ready check. I just set that to true. Sure. Get client counts. Add client, remove clients. Reset ready check. Gotta get rid of this one over set. I might change it to, might change it to a Sparse set too. I don't know. That's probably necessary, to be honest. Just have like a bit field or something. I don't know. We'll see how that works. Alright, well, let me just get this to compile. And then, yeah, I guess I'll just call it. I think it's been 5 hours, so. Placed most of my code with concepts. I was already pretty familiar with C++ metaprogramming before getting into it, though, so I just kind of understood the benefit. Mostly just very less verbose and less hacking than previous metaprogramming. Types are implemented. They're usually using class templates, especially. It's very hacky. Oh, templates. Okay, yeah. Using things like enable if, which is kind of failure. Yeah, class specialization kind of, like, I saw someone using it to like do like this one thing. I don't know. I want to get into template metaprogramming just to like understand it, and then maybe apply it for like certain algorithms, but I'll see. Oh, I was gonna watch this guy's series on metaprogramming. Let me find him on YouTube. Bits of Q. This guy has a playlist on template metaprogramming. I'm not gonna show it, but he has like quite a few episodes talking about it. I was thinking about watching through it. I don't know how much it really gets through them, but it seems decent enough. That contains. Oh, this is the okay, so this code is going to be different. That contains client index. So remove client. Wait, we take in a client index and then, yeah, I guess it's fair enough, because again, the major case would be going from the session index to the client index. So taking a slight penalty from the remove and add functions is not that big of a deal. Also, a lot of this is unnecessary, so yeah, I think my eyes are starting to hurt. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I've been standing for like 5 hours, and I should end if. So yeah, let me just get this compiling. Return 0. And if it compiles, then I'll go from there. I guess I'll just call this the create sparse, basic sparse set stream. Okay, let's see if I use any of that other external API. Yeah, no, another another stream, getting through it, right? That's cool. Thanks for coming by and helping out. Slowly chipping away. Okay, I have all this stuff where I get the clients and I loop through it. Yeah. Do I want to comment these out for now? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna comment these out for now. And then put like a to-do. And then we'll come back. I mean, this is just handling different messages. And I don't even think these work at the moment anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Okay, let's do that. I was trying to build the whole time. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if it compiles. What is wrong? Something is a member or something? No. Yep, fair enough. No, something. I must have messed up. Oh no. Okay, now this is in the session section, so I probably went a little too far in one of these. I think it was that one. Add a client must return a value. Fair enough. Okay, and I'll probably get this client, this whole like session API done over the week. And yeah, I think next week I should have the networking capability of the game working again. And hopefully I'll be able to create multiple sessions and whatnot. That'll be really nice. Static asserts. Because I'm an observer. What's going on? Is it because something is adding it? Funk. What's the actual error? Right access violation. That sounds like a memory issue. Let me rebuild this before I start going crazy. All right, but yeah, I think I'll go ahead and call it. I'll check on this offline and go ahead and push the code for today. But I'm not going to do anything else after this. I'm just going to make sure it works and then commit it. So yeah, thanks for everyone coming by and chilling out. Again, I should stream next week at the same time. Same amount of time, 5 hours or so. So, yeah. Anyone watching on YouTube or watching a video, thanks for coming by. Yeah, hope everyone has a good day or night whenever you're watching this. Yeah, all right. Later.